It does work. Okay. Let's do English. And I will wait. Hello, my name is BizzleBlue38. Welcome to my channel. Today, as you can see by the title, I am playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Delux. This is a very different game. I played a little bit of this on my channel. Um, but I never reached all the endings. But today, I'm going to do all endings. So, I'm going to wait till people get here. Because we were starting from the beginning. And, it's kind of a game where you need to see from the start. But it's also not. Because it starts over. You'll see. Anyway, welcome to my channel. Please leave a leak. Please leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps my channel, guys, and I really, really appreciate it. Uh, hold on, let me do something. Uh, Alright, let me do that. So, let me wait for people to join here so that they know. So, kind of have to explain what this is about. This, if you've never heard of this game before, I think you're really gonna like it. It's humorous, it's adventurous, it's very interesting and different. Let me. Oh, we're gonna wait. I'm really excited to play this game for you guys. It's a game I really enjoy, and honestly, I have no idea why I didn't finish this when I played it the first time. I think I just got frustrated with not many views or whatever. That's in the past. We're going to finish this. We're going to do all endings this time. And yeah, this is not just the Stanley Parable. This is The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. So let me explain. I have watched gameplay on the original Stanley Parable years ago by one of my, he's still pretty much my favorite YouTuber. I watched Markiplier play it years and years ago on PC, and I really wanted to play it, but it was never available, for consoles back then. And then, like a year or so ago, they finally put it out for consoles, but they also added the Deluxe edition, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna play that. Finally gonna play that. So, I kind of want to just start, but I don't want people to miss anything. Um, is there anybody? Nobody is on yet, so for those in the future, for those of you in the future that watch this, uh, the reason why I'm not playing yet is because I'm waiting for people. Um, so yeah, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. Well, we gotta do this anyway. So please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. We're gonna go there. Please enter the current time. It is 1:53 here. How do I? Huh. Okay, there we go. No, now it's back to one. There we go. Note, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Alright, since we're at this screen, I'll wait a little bit longer. It's weird because I can hear like office stuff going on. Oh, wait a minute. I spelled something wrong on my title. Hi, Cameron. Hold on 1 second, Cameron. Let me do one thing. How are you today, Cameron? How do I? Alright, thank you. Please leave a like if you could. I'm trying to figure out how to... Dang it. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to edit my title. Because I spelled Deluxe wrong. I don't remember how to do this. And I guess I'm gonna have to do it later. Alright. I'm just going to begin, I guess. The end is never the end.
This is the
end.
story of
All right, here we go.
named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
All right, actually, before I do this, I guess I better explain something to you guys. Now, as you can hear, there is a narrator in this game. Thing is I have options. I can obey everything and do everything that the narrator tells me that I'm supposed to do. Which I think is what I'm going to do for the first inning for this, right off the bat, because it's a short. It just leads you to the ending. But I could also disobey and do the opposite of what the narrator says, and the story gets more interesting. Which is what you'll see.
This is what employee 427 did
Every day, every month of every year.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in. As as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Or was
And
he?
then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right, here we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So we're just gonna do what the narrator tells us to do for the first time, and then
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
who keeps closing the door, or what keeps closing the door?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker? Let it ball up inside you. Resent coworkers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
See, we're just gonna do exactly as the narrator tells us to do.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this.
Who
What dark secret
orchestrated
was
this?
being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
No.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have
8,
known this.
4, 5.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Wait a minute. Okay, I didn't know. Looked like I was gonna fall there. I didn't know this.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Really now? Whoa, wait a minute. The hell was that?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
Mind
Facility.
control facility? See, that could escape. But we're gonna do exactly as the narrator says for the first time. I've had it for a while, I just never finished it. So that's what I'm gonna do today.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Alright, so...
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
No.
This time.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Never!
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Alright, so... mind controls status offline. Let's just see... facility power. Alright, these are numbered apparently.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
We have turned it. See, it leads you right to the end if you just follow him.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
He had won.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Was happy. Or was he? And that, my friends, is the basic ending. The untrue ending. The ending for which now we go against the narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard, Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
That's what you think. Who farted? you gotta admire the attention to detail in this game. Huh. Why when I look out a window is it just pure whiteness? That's not right. You know I'm checking everything there is. Don't trust the narrator. Huh. Input received.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't
One,
just
two,
give
three,
these
four,
merits
5.
away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Let's see. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21. Huh. I'm not even sure. Okay, we're good.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, I didn't. Don't tell me what to do.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Of course
Perhaps he
I
wanted
did.
to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, that's totally what I wanted to do. Admire the meeting room.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Did I though?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I did not.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, you think so, do you? I will not do as you say. Alright. Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Well, if it says it will cause death, it doesn't say may cause death, it says will cause death. Then how can you charge somebody $5,000 for doing it? That's a little iffy. Guess what we're gonna do?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Screw you. Doesn't mean we're gonna follow your directions. Alright, here we go again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
You did right, I
didn't make
did.
a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
That's what you think. Input received. How about that, narrator? Who are you anyway? Are you like God in this?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No. No. You know damn
This
well
was
I'm
not the
not.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
That's what you think, buddy. Ooh, ah,
Wow.
yes.
Yes.
So beautiful.
This room.
Totally
What a
love
beautiful
it.
room.
You
Rather
don't get to
gorgeous,
finish
but
your
eager to
sentence.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Don't tell me what to do.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, so. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is,
Damn
in his
it!
eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform.
I'm gonna
and
get
plunged
this
to his
right,
death.
because I know
Good
that
job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I know that you can jump off. I just gotta remember how to do it. Dang it! Stupid narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set
Shut
of
up,
two
narrator.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
All right,
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm gonna let the crane thing go up till
The
I'm
lounge was
definitely
sublime,
sure.
a work of art. What was it but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Don't tell me what to do, buddy.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, shut up, narrator. So, I know I can...
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What?
There we go. There we go.
Something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
I am.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Need a card.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Yeah, good luck, buddy. Danger. Danger everywhere. All right. 2B3. Warning, do not stand on this side of the fence. I don't see how you can. But I'm on this side of this fence. No buckets that past this point. Is there a bucket?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Stanley walked
through the red door.
I'll keep doing the blue door, I don't care.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there?
I do.
Find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
I won't.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me
This
here,
is what I
Help
wanted to
elucidate
see.
these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Yes.
Skill trees?
Yes.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
All right.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
All right. We'll do this time.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Wait, please rate your experience. But what is this based on? One as in the best? or 5 isn't the best? Is 1 the worst, or is 5 the worst? I'm gonna say
A
1.
1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1?
A
That's not even
1?
helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Alright. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. I've... So what is this supposed to tell me? How am I supposed to be... Did you know that 21.3% of players skip the intro sequence? They don't let you read. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Compete against others to improve your... No! Alright. The dead rat is offline.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'm gonna say a 1 again.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind
Alright.
taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
Do I
Let me
have a
boot it up.
choice? Didn't think I had a choice.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards
Oh
danger.
no.
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep
Seriously?
notes on your experience.
Oh my god. How does it end? Do I let the baby just burn? It's not even a real baby. Oh my god. I'm not doing this for 4 hours. This will drive people nuts. I guess we just let him burn.
You heartless bastard.
You wanted
Did
me
you
to
do
play
it
that
because
for...
you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's
Alright.
over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Alright. Who are you, narrator?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about,
Wait
Stanley?
a
What's our
minute.
backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems...
I haven't played it yet, but I kind of want to. But I've seen gameplay of it. There is a game called Firewatch.
obvious to me that you
Keep
are
that
meant
in
to play as a
mind.
creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I mean, think about it. Who is this narrator? This is clearly supposed to be Firewatch. Alright.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What? What can't be? It wants us to go down that path. Oh, I'm not doing that.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
He doesn't like open world games.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh my
Wonderful.
God!
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
This is,
Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
What is the name of that game? I've played it before, too. The one with the cars. It's like soccer with cars in a big stadium.
See, there are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
Chat's screwing up
seeing that there's a
again.
ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Sports ball?
I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Rocket League, yes.
Stanley, I had a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball
I won
generates a certain
Dragon.
amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
2 balls now?
Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh, my goodness. But I don't know what's... Why are these balls so big? That's what she said.
Stanley, are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little
Oh,
fun
come on,
is
no!
This is
I almost had a goal, you idiot!
Say goes. You get to
I
have
hate
fun
you,
when
narrator.
I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. Since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an
So wait,
inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best.
I
Take care,
am.
Stanley.
Goodbye, narrator. Ah,
Hello?
okay.
What are you doing?
I thought you were going. What do you care what I'm doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Filing cabinets. Alright, so... Whoa, what the... Oh. Alright, so basically... This game is so interesting. So, no more narrator for now. What is this, like a control room? Huh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the
I
leading
thought...
man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone
I
who will wrap
do?
everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes,
Oh
I'll be back.
no.
There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
The end is never the end, is never the end. Okay, so there's... Interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So... New content. Why, yes.
Oh, new content? What does
Yes.
that mean, new content?
It means new content. Do I trust this? Too late now.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Did it, though?
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Me too, mysterious narrator. But I want to go through this door. Why can't I go through that door?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Why aren't we moving?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Delux, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content.
All right, let's see. It's...
The jump circle?
The jump circle?
I can jump now? Press X to jump. 36 jumps. I don't think I'm going to use all of them. I'm going to do 3. Wait. Wait. Hold on. Let me see something. Crouch, pause, interact, look, move. Pause, interact. Interact is X. That's interesting. It says 36 jumps left. Or 33. Does that mean? Well, let's just see. But I want to jump more. Alright.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Delux, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
Very good.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see.
Did you?
I'm ready for whatever it is.
Are you? Keep dry. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
You've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
That's very
and
true.
Don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up
It
too
is.
much anticipation around the new content, I'm
You build
afraid.
up
It could
hype.
never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I guess I. Why ask me if I don't have a choice, narrator? Here we are again. Hey. I want to see something. I hate Mondays.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
I don't know who you are. I don't trust you. So I'm just gonna go up here for now.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Call me a dork. There's a door. Or how do we... See, that's weird. There's an open door there. And there's an open door over there. But... Hold on. I like... So I can't read it. I want to figure out how to get in there. But it's like... Oh, come on. There's got to be a way in there. The ceiling tile's missing off of that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, you know what? I specifically remember the one that said escape. So we're gonna do that.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Do
Feeling a
not
wave of
alter
disbelief, Stanley
without
decided to go up
consulting
to his
whiteboard
boss's office,
member.
hoping he might find an answer there.
Manager. There's a whiteboard manager? How to salvage is using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some... Fine. You don't want me to read it? I won't. To do. Synergize core values, expenditures. Shift global market parade. Monetize free to play. Help. I'm a post-it. Ah!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Did I know? Don't tell me what to do, buddy. I'm in here because I want to be in here.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
Which
no
means
reason to still be here.
There's definitely something here. Right? He wouldn't be worried about me.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Sweet fat FA? Fine, buddy. I'm in the broom closet again. You got something to say about it?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
I am.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I am confused to why you're so worried about me being in the broom closet in the first place.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Alright, I believe you. For now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'll do it. But I won't do everything you say. Executive bathrooms. To be rich? Is it a crime? To commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. So you're saying you can pick more? Aha! What have we here? Doors Monthly. Ah. Where is this? Why is that glowing so brightly? I want to go up. Ah, elevator music. Something doesn't feel right here. Is this gonna kill me? Is it moving like at a really high speed? It doesn't have like floors, it just has up and down. What the heck? Why are they shooting that? Doors Monthly. So this doesn't even go anywhere. What if I go down? What the heck? Okay, you're fooling me there. Huh. Can I get in? No?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
I
stunned
can't
to
play the
discover
piano.
not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody.
What
He
can it
began wildly
mean?
tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number,
4857
2845. But of
2845.
course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He
Yes,
stepped into the
totally.
newly opened passageway.
Just totally amazing. All right. Last time we did this, we saw an escape hatch thing.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, I didn't. Sorry. I didn't.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
That's what you think.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
No.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
That's what you keep saying, but is it true? Hold on. I wonder. I can't do the brightness from here. Maybe I can. Here, you sneaky. Ha! I can't do brightness. I thought for sure I could. Okay. Well. See?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body.
So why is the narrator
him
different?
Instantly.
But I wasn't.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
That's a good question. But that's not what I meant to do. I want to escape.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yes, I do see. The office. Button sounds. Office computers. Employee database. I can't zoom in. These are basically the credits. Boss's office. Wait, so I can either go... What's this? Office clock. I can either go up... Wait a minute. I'm gonna see what's behind here. The lounge. Underground. An early version of the underground portion of the game. Oh, so this is like narrator narrator outtakes. Kevin Brighting.
Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively if you have even the most fundamental understanding.
Oh, dude, that's gonna drive me crazy.
Design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easier on the roof.
So was that actually a clip?
Stanley stood on the roof. Then he pushed the number 8. Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. You win. Congratulations. You did it. I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Is he talking to me actually, or is that...
What do we do now?
Clips.
I don't... Stanley, where are you right now? Where am I? I'm trying to figure out, but I can't... Stanley, who am I? Can you speak to me? Please talk. Have we done this before? Have we been in this room before? How many times have we done this? How many times have I said these exact words? Say something.
Who are you?
Anything. Help me, Stanley. I don't know who, what I... Stanley, help. Don't. Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him, for all his buttons?
I don't know.
Does that sound plausible to you?
That's weird, because I don't know if he was talking to me or not, or if that was actually just clips like the thing said. So we're gonna go up here now. Freedom ending. Whoa, what the hell? I saw that. What was that? Blue. Countdown desk. Okay. Monitor room elevator. This is crazy. Alright, so what is this? Sending model. Wow! Escape menu? Hold on. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized that this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Huh. If anybody's watching and can chat, what do you think I should do? Because this says escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. But it doesn't really tell you. Hold on. Meeting room. The apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, the timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. So are these all endings in the... Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. I really... Alright, we could be reading this for like a long time. But I want to get somewhere. So, whoa. What is this?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they
Who?
wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
When she says look at these two, is she talking about the on and off options? So it's on now. What
Can
did
you
that
see?
do?
Can you see how much they need one another? No,
Or is she
perhaps
talking
not.
about Stanley and the
Sometimes these things
narrator?
cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save
Whoa,
those
what?
two. You can
Oh
stop the
no.
program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to
No!
beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
I can't turn off a PlayStation. Alright, so let's... Okay. I'm gonna take a little break. I will be right back. Don't go nowhere. This is interesting. Okay, I'm back, and what we have so many options right now. So, we're back at the beginning, of course. Now, I don't know if we have if the same operator is gonna be. Who keeps closing the door? Like, so, have we tried this? Okay. 4:30. Maybe that's...
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Alright, we'll do it. Did he just kill me? No, okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content
I
turned out to
do.
be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Okay. Ah. So this narrator slash whoever or whatever he is made his own...
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
I want to find a bucket.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back
2013.
then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Our first kiss, our first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Love. The original remake. Buy unpressurized gas. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. The Washington Post. 6 components. Wait. Researchers identify 24 words whose sounds and meaning have survived the past 15,000 years. 6 components of a great corporate culture. John Coleman, Harvard Businessman Review. Are you John Coleman? Stanley Parable. I like how he put that over there. There wasn't actually the award. Collector's edition. The name of this game is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. Trip down memory lane. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. But I want to now. Alright, is that it? Come on, narrator, this is it? There's gotta be something more. Can't go back out that door. So as I go to... Oh, wait a minute, though. There is more.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how
Don't
grand
read
and
any reviews
all-encompassing
except
the original
this
Stanley
one.
Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Huh. Memory zone maintenance. I want in. Person of the year. Why is he blurred out? People play games because of what they can do inside of them. And your game is very good at letting them know that you can't do anything. Or that they can't do anything. Literally anything.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation, boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Carpet textures. Can I... I want in there. See, I wonder if I would have... I want in here. Can I pick a box up, baby? Can I... I wonder if I went to use my jumps, if I could have used it there.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait.
Oh.
Hang on.
Oh.
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Ah.
Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
No.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and
That's true.
unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Pressurized Gas reviews.
Okay, let's see what this
Not
guy
recommended.
says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
You are.
Tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
While the idea for the game is good, it becomes very repetitive and boring, fast despite all of the alternative endings and game cameo appearances. This game is titled Thought-Provoking, but you will get the idea. It tries to communicate pretty fast, and then it's just repeating the whole no choice in games thing over and over again. For somebody who prefers non-linear games, the preachiness gets annoying fast, as it is neither a revelation nor very interesting. It is thought-provoking only in the first minutes.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Ooh,
that's my motto today,
what's
and
happening?
It's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Skip
and
button.
here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Well, there, sport. You really did.
There's
got to
be something,
bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not
No.
unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not...
You're doing it again.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh, it's
You're
different.
back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close.
So it seems like every time I skip,
Hello, it's you. You're here again.
things change.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one
There's got to be a reason why
describe it for you.
I can go
To begin
behind
with,
here.
There is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
Shush. He's not even speaking now. What the heck? Is that ceiling getting lower, or is it just me? Oh, Lord. What does that mean?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant
He's
to speak
back.
to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They
The
bemoaned.
clock's
They
off the
screamed.
wall
They
now.
gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much.
And silence. Huh.
The end is never the end, is never
never
the
the
end,
end,
is
is
never the
never the
end, is
end.
never the end, is never the end, is never
Oh,
the end,
God.
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the...
So there's got to be something. Oh. If I had a bucket. So remember that sign said no buckets past this point. Oh. Shit. Looks like it's the end. Of what? I don't know. Well, let's see. Huh. Seriously, when does this end? Now it's dark and eerie. Now it's just dark. No music. Some weird... Alright, this is creepy. Skip button's broke. Ah! Alright. Where are we, though? Seems to be smoke ahead. No narrator. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Okay, so we're back here. Alright, alright. So 4:30
All
is
of his
set.
co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
Wait a
Click a
minute.
door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
We're just gonna keep going.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant
Hold
effort.
on.
I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
No. That thing on the wall said 4:30. Room 4:30. So that's what I'm gonna do. Hold on though. Hold on. It's gotta be somewhere. Oh, come on. Alright. I may or may not have gotten that trophy already. It's hard for me to check without having to interrupt the thing. So I don't know. That's a new noise. I don't remember that from before. He said 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Is he gonna... New content. Hold on, let me try his thing here. I don't know why I'm following the stupid narrator. 437.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
He's tricky. He gets you to do things. 415. I will be doing.
Now, back to door number 437.
Oh, come on. You're just sending me in circles here. Narrator, hello. Oh, no, he said 437. Did he? Did he say 437 or 417? Maybe you said 437. Hold on. He had to have said 4. There is no 437, so it had to be 417. No.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Are you, though? Or you just put me on a stupid chase?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I can't.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Oh my goodness, he's just put, and I don't know why I'm doing it. There is 416. Or 20. Or 37. Or 20. There is no 416. You lied to me. There's no 416.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, we're going to the right one.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Alright. If we find a bucket, we gotta find a bucket.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, we'll do it.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Nope.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
I
so
did.
now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
But what about here? What if I don't want to go left? What if that wasn't my intention in the first place? Just because you put a door in front of me doesn't mean I'm going to go through it. Although, if you give me no choice but to go through that door, and that's the only door there is, and you lock the door behind me mysteriously, and every other door, then you're controlling me. I don't like being
No, it's to the right, my mistake.
What the? You're just toying with me now.
No.
You're toying with me.
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Because you're controlling me.
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Do I have a choice?
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh. Is it though? Why do you lock all the other doors? Okay. I'm not. Where are you leading me? Ah, this room again.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all
fired
rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No!
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait a minute, I thought I saw... Okay, it was just... I really want in that room. Okay. We should have gone...
When Stanley... Wait.
Oh.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. Now we got all kinds of options except for possibly that one. I'm feeling this one. And then we can... Inner guilt. Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well,
No.
I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No!
All of his co-workers were gone.
I can't
What could
click
it
on
be?
doors now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
They made it so I can't click on... Wait. Yeah. Weird. I can do this, but when I go to a door, I can't... That's different. I can click on that one, but no other... Wait a minute. Why is that? Weird.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
That one door. I can only click on that one door.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something.
Did
the story.
you?
Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
He's leading me into circles again.
Now this...
Wait a minute.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
Is
Is
this
this
a
the
bucket?
story? I don't think so.
Why does
I
it look
can't
like
quite
there's
recall,
blood
but
on
I
there?
believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Oh, come on now.
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have
Again.
to restart.
The Stanley Parable Adventure line.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
That's... See, now I can click on doors. Weird. If I don't follow the line... Nope. Nope. Not gonna do it.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
So you're giving me no choice but to follow the line. No choice, is it? Well, listen here, narrator. Somebody spilled their coffee. Is that you?
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over
For
in this
question
direction.
8.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of
You're
life
rambling
itself?
again.
Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay.
I don't know.
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact,
Wait
the
a
skeleton
minute.
of my own relative experiential mental
I don't know, but you're
subjective
rambling
construct?
on.
Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
What the hell? Nope, I'm going. Question. I want in. I want in. What the heck? Wait a minute. Where does this lead? Oh my god. Mind control! Question. Who draws lines like this anyway? Nope, I choose this way. Mind control. What's an analysis?
Wait, cut the music. Go back
Thank you.
and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make
Okay.
sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. Wait, we'll remember that fern. And I'm listening to the damn narrator.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
We're back here! Oh my god! Alright, so... a door I can't click on, but yet the line goes there. Uh-huh. Remember the fern.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Perhaps I should have went through the door when it said new content. But I didn't. So here we are. Following and doing exactly what the narrator says, somewhat. No intrigue. Maybe there's something in the office, and that's why this line is leading us there. Wait a minute, where's this taking us? Ah!
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Employee fired. Ah! It's at 4:30.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Well,
Something
I am
exciting,
anyway.
daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Again, with the no choice.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
We're going in circles.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it.
No, I'm following the line now. Except that I can't.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How
Is it
important
though?
we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
No choice. The confusion ending.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
Wait, let me see what else there
that's
is.
what this is?
End up
It's
in
all
another
one giant
building.
ending?
Narrator
And we're supposed to
restarts the
restart
game.
Eight times?
Return to the
That's really
office.
how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me?
Narrator.
Why do I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer
Whoa!
stopped. Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
No.
The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find
Get
out.
bored
won't
and
we?
leave.
Eventually.
Go with no
But in the
longer office.
meantime,
Simply. Whoa! Restart. So I saw some things when I was looking at that board about the office, an exact replica of it deteriorating. It kind of looks like it is.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided, oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times?
Alright, we're gonna try this.
Trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go on that new content room, because I think that's what it does.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Four 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
I told myself playing this game I wasn't going to listen to the narrator that much.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door
But
415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. But here we are. Alright, here we are. Wait, here's one.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
I don't think there is a 416. I can open and close that door. There's 415, and then there's that.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting
416.
to show. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I'm gonna get this, by golly. The copy machine's gone? Or wait.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yeah!
I got it!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
I don't know why that was so exciting, but alright. New content? Sure. Where was that door that said no buckets allowed past this point? I want to find a bucket.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end again.
Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Is it though?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Taste the sequel. Investor Showcase. Are you luring me into something here, narrator? One more tablespoon. Two better. I'm assuming that means tablespoon? I have no idea. Paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelope, client-centric marketing, the color red, leverage, holistic value. Yes, because red is clearly the most important thing about this game.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
This way to the show floor. But what if I go this way? Expo Hall. Have you controlled me so that I can't? You have not.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
So you have. Okay. How tricky is that? Oh, the Stanley Parable 2 reassurance bucket. Yes. Is this where I get a bucket?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes,
Kinda
the
like
bucket
you?
is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
So you're probably wondering how I knew about the bucket. I didn't. But earlier when I was playing, I just saw that sign that said, no buckets beyond this point. And I was like, so there's got to be a reason why a bucket... What are you laughing at?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
So you're saying I wasn't
attractive seem to
attractive
go on
before
and
the
on,
bucket.
don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I want to find that door that said no buckets allowed.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Wait a minute. I want to go up here by this giant statue of what I'm assuming is Stanley. The baby is all grown up. Oh, I can't. Except it's still got a baby head. The new updated ray traced, more of the same but in a good way sequel to the new features, new content, new ideas. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump circle, infinite hole. Infinite hole? Merch. I saw the new content. The Stanley Parable 2. So that's where we can. I want to. New screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th
So why
birthday,
did you ask
Stepniece,
me?
It is.
Why ask a question if you're just going to control the answer? No, I want.
Maybe I should have gone with... No. No,
No, you should have gone with it.
Moving on. Come now. You've already made your choice. It's
Wait,
true
there's
that
a
you chose
balloon.
badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
No. I can't get to it. Dang it, I want to get to it. Music to Skype. Mysterious. The Stanley Parable 2, free, new, plus easy trophy. I can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. Alright, I want it. Free trophy. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new trophy. No more steps. It just works. I'm gonna do it, but I guarantee
here's something
it's
special.
a trap.
You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Why is this truck's lights on? Test trophy.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this.
No, I want the
Gamers,
trophy.
We hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Give me the trophy. You keep doing it. I want trophy. Alright, you fooled me again. And what's in this room? It says get yours right now. No more steps. Receive your new trophy. Pull the lever. The narrator is a liar.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can I find what? Collect them all. What is this?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
How creepy is that? 0 of 6, or 1 of 6. So is there actually 6 of them
God,
then?
it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Why? I like doing that. Are you saying my life is tragic? Exit. But infinite hole. It won't end. Before we do that, please no screenshots. Oh. Jump circle. Where's the jump circle? How do you know where I am? Jump circle and wait a minute. Jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps
I
the
knew
first time we
it!
saw the jump circle.
Damn it!
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
That sucks. I should've. Alright. See, I didn't know there was gonna be this. I was just thinking, my thought was maybe if we didn't use all the jumps in the first jump circle, that we could use them to jump somewhere later in this game. What if we go up here? And just keep going up. Settings world champion. Settings. I swear there's something about that. Oh, wait a minute. I swear that's something to do with it, but maybe not. Settings world. Alright, we're going to the infinite hole. Hold the phone. Oh, we've already been in there. Distant future. Opening. Infinity. Falling. Hey, surely it can't be the infinite hole. There's no way. We're gonna find out. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like.
I don't believe it.
Forward for video games as a medium.
I don't believe it for a second. Before we go in there, why is there a downstairs? And why can't I go up there? I want to go up there. Okay, here we go. Whee!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No! You said it's an infinite hole, so...
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No. I want to see if you're true.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Of course you did.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Aha!
Well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
No.
What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need.
Every pause button.
Maybe you're the problem.
Every pause button is a numeral number 2.
Things got a little heated there.
Telling you.
We both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us
the
and
two
agree
of
to
us.
just call the hole mostly
every part.
infinite. If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can
You're
move on.
still telling
I'll just
me.
be up here when you're ready.
Meeting at 2 p.m. Meeting at 2 p.m. New mug. Someone else has been down here because there's cigarettes.
Great.
Fine.
Now, I'm very excited to show you even more. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
No, I'm sure there's
Normal
something
person
to
would have
this.
said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh,
But it's
no,
not
no,
an
no.
infinite
You're
hole.
a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yes,
I couldn't
it
help
did.
but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Telling me what to do again, which means there's something.
Had enough? I'm positively
Nope.
thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Shorter again.
Okay. Yeah.
I can see the top.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Indeed.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
Okay.
Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lies. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
There's gotta be something. It doesn't work.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Where are you? So there's definitely something. Pause button? Oh! It's going down. Aha! Could this be an ending? We will see. Change your perspective. Whoa! There's Stanley. Change your perception. That just changes music. What the heck? Change your reality. Whoa! Whoa, this is crazy! Change yourself. What the heck? This is crazy.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm going to take a little break. I will be right back. If you can, if there's anybody watching, comment and tell me what you think of this game so far. Alright. Whoa! But... How did I... 437. Why am I back here? And that's blocked off now.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I did. Wait, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. That's new. Hear your name in the game. No, there's no way.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay.
Jim.
Sorry,
No.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
You
But of course, in the
lied
final
again.
game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become
Do you want me
a
to
person
forget
named
who I
Jim.
am?
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now?
Yes,
Yeah,
I am.
I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
That you're gonna lie to me about again? We're gonna find that door that says no buckets past this point. Why is this just a white space? No reason, huh?
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They
Oh, yeah, that would be
appreciate what I've
great.
created here.
No screenshots. What if I... Okay, that didn't do anything. I thought maybe if I took a screenshot. Wait, this one's buzzing. 999. The new updated rate, we already read that. New features, new content, new idea. Please, no screenshots. Four, three, two. So how do we... Okay, exit. Settings world champion. I want to know. Epilogue. You heard Jim in the game. I want to know who Jim is. We know he said that it's just that he lied to us. Yeah, that's the bucket. All right. I don't know why I keep trying that, but exit is that way. We're gonna find a door that says...
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I know, Wolf, it's crazy. What is this?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
What the heck?
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel...
There's gotta be something with this.
Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. The game. Begin game. Wow, this is crazy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
I want to see if this is different.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
I will skip though. Alright. Oh, it's got the balloons. Oh, I don't have the bucket anymore.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Alright. Wherever that door is.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, we'll see what happens here. It just keeps going.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Not cost efficient. Targets. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Get Chris out of the broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura
No, I'm
of
not
jealousy.
giving it the
It's as clear as
bucket.
day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
No,
This is
I
your
want...
bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
No.
Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I want to go to the...
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic
But
pleasure
I think
of
there
a
is.
job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I want to find that room. Wait. So...
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
Exit.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze.
I didn't ask
said
that.
Nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience.
Not what I'm thinking at all.
Grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Where's my bucket?
Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Buckets don't talk.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his
gotta
old
be
friend.
that one.
It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh, come on now.
Painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I want that bucket back!
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed.
No, what happened to Stanley?
Security, and walked to her place of work. But on this
what happened to Stanley?
Her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
No bucket.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
You took my bucket.
He didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world could be.
No, you took my bucket.
She hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were
How did I die?
Confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass.
My life kicks ass.
All the way to work.
Mm-hmm. What happened to my bucket? What happened to Stanley? Okay, here we are again. Better give me my bucket, I'm telling you.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want my damn bucket. Why is this balloon like that? I don't trust anything.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
You're damn right I did.
It didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance the story. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
No, I've already got that trophy.
5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No.
Meeting today, figurine finders committee.
Just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now,
my bucket!
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
We're gonna find that room. I believe the bucket room was in the right door. Because we went to the left, so it wasn't there. This is different.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nope. Going to the right door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Or maybe I just wanted to disobey this creepy narrator. Trying to control my mind. I don't think so.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go
What
somewhere
the
else.
hell?
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And that's exactly what Stanley
Good,
did.
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something
No.
up there I need you to do.
No, that's not what the
Stanley
bucket
did
said.
not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No, it didn't. You're lying again, narrator. Danger, danger everywhere. I think we found it, folks.
No, stop. Look there on
Yep.
the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding
I think you should let
could
me
have
in there.
dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I want to go in here. Alright, step. You're making me do what you want me to do.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple
Okay.
enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
You tricked me.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Quit tricking me. How am I supposed to know that?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
You. Okay.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a
It
gimmick.
could-
How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Alright. Because you said the other three were in the bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Yes. That is a bucket.
Correct. This is
See?
a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
That is also a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Uh-huh. I got it.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What
Good,
isn't a
I'm glad
bucket?
I
Mere moments
confused
ago, I
you.
could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing
Yes.
this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin
No.
with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact
You
that
talk
we
too
haven't
much.
got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows
I'm gonna
what that
mention it.
information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Here we go again. I want the bucket.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Bucket!
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I never thought I'd be so happy for a stupid bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley
We're going
had felt
in
the
that
bucket
door,
calling
damn
to
it.
him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, he didn't.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
Yes, the
So he
bucket is
threw
my
himself to his
friend.
death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I will get that bucket, and I will go in that door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
It means
decided
Stanley
to go to
grabbed the
meeting
bucket.
room. Perhaps he had simply... Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But
You're
Stanley
right.
had felt the
It
bucket
wasn't.
calling to him, telling
Oh.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
No.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
There
But
we go.
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No, stop.
Come
Look there
on.
on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
I want to go in that room with the bucket.
You actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket.
I'm not going through this
I suppose that would
again.
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding.
Hold on. I can't believe I'm looking up how to get into a room with a bucket, but we're gonna see.
Could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game.
I don't
if
think
not
you
addressed
can.
quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh no. Alright, we're gonna see what happens if I sew. We know the first two are not a
Now
bucket.
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Nope.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yep.
Correct. This is a bucket.
The tractor is not a bucket. The
Item
second
4.
tractor
Is
is.
this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Even though you are.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
That is also a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of
Oh,
perspective.
come on.
What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
No.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't.
We never had a relationship.
But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Bucket better be there. Bucket's my friend.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Everything is a
Every single thing in
bucket.
the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything. We'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
It's
but if you
all
run
a
into
bucket.
anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might
What
be?
if everybody else is a bucket?
Right, here we go.
We're grabbing the bucket. The phone's ringing.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
But how could a recorded message warn me of the dangers of a recorded message when I'm already listening to a recorded message that I don't know what the danger of a recorded message? What? I don't know. Just give me my damn bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
No.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Oh. Places to search. A large room, lots of boxes. So, inside... Oh, this is where all... Okay, alright. Alright, alright. A large room, lots of boxes. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Must be a point to this. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies! Who are you? 666 LOL. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Want to go home? I want them so much! Stop kidding yourselves. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them follow clues provided by employee 416? We can do it. Red room. Trust the completionist. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. What do they want? Should we make them employees? Store options? I think that stock options, money, or data? Saw one in the cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. Do we need contacts for them? Wow, there's so much to read here. What's this? Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up! Okay.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the
The
bucket.
broom
You
is
can
not
feel that,
getting
can't
my
you?
bucket.
The aura of gel. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ah!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yes. Is this still... Alright, let's see if this is still a fool's game. Seems like it. Yep.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The clue said somewhere with a fireplace. Ah!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
No.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
You're darn right.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
No, we didn't.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No, I didn't have the bucket last time.
The door
So
behind them was
surely-
not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Here we go.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to
Maybe
embrace
I
the
can-
bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Or not.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcomes you, the bucket. Welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void, but through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full. and enriched and substantiated knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take that? Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourselves and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Well,
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short
the
life?
bucket is a bucket. The bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. What kind of world is this? 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Ah! Ah! That's exactly the sound he made as he took the picture of 25 buckets. Wait, are there two voids or are there one void? Oh, there's more. Oh, no, wait, this is where we came from. Wait, oh, wait. Okay. It's the bucket. Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket, an analogy, worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategy equals holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy, rest and relaxation. Okay. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. The stress bucket presented without commentary. Who knew? Cave drawing. While we know that knowledge predates the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in the drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Ah yes, the praising of the bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
I will not kneel before the bucket. A hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, clear our grasp of However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Whoa. How am I not falling? Wait a minute. Ah!
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
What can we do?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
What happened? Whoa! This is different. There's papers everywhere.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
Wait.
could it mean? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
No.
Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly
Well,
5
don't worry.
clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I
Nope.
would say that's the
I
kind
will
of
not
effort
do
that
it.
warrants recognition.
I will take the
good
bucket
old
again.
bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
This game seems like it could go on forever. Alright. I'm going to...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I got an idea. We're gonna do everything the narrator says again, but with the bucket. A large room, lots of boxes. I only have 2 more.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
What was it?
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it
Yes.
the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this
It
is
was
certainly
luck.
the most logical explanation.
Gonna do exactly what he says and just see if it's different.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
There, bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Alright. So... Wait, this? There's gotta be something here. What about this? Mind control facility. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So that was number 5. That means there's gotta be other. Yep. 2, 1. Okay. 1, 2. We gotta fight 3, 4, and 5. That's 1 and 2 again. That looks like a button up there. How do I get up there, though? Five.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds.
I don't believe that for a second.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
No! No! That's no... Alright, we're gonna do this one more time. Because we're gonna do it one more time.
Uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Again, we're taking the
What are we
bucket.
doing today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We're going to figure that sequence out. What was it? It doesn't matter, but I kind of want to do it for...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't remember what the other one...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would
Get
be
on
with
with
him
it.
always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
That's what I thought it was.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Probably wondering what in the heck I'm doing. But those buttons are there for a reason. And dang it, we're gonna figure it out.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
All right.
Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
All right.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
So there's 1, 2. We need to find 3 and 4 because we know where 5 is. Three. Okay, so 1, 2. Walk across. Three. Now where's 4? Because that's 5. What in the heck? Where's 4? One, 2. Three. Oh, where's 4? One, 2. 3. It has to be up there. Alright, hold on. I know it's probably shouldn't look this up, but there is a door on the left with a pinkish light above it, which is a cable running from the light and into a computer nearest to it. When I first got to the detonation ending, I walked back into that button room after pressing on and very narrowly got to the door that had a green light, I believe, above it, but it's laid on me. That doesn't help. I swear there was something about Alright, so everything I read is saying that it's impossible, that it's not meant to be beat.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds.
It did it again with the birds.
The control buttons became active again.
Alright. Well, here's what I'm gonna do, because I'm running out of time here. I gotta get something to eat.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
But it really wasn't. So, I'm going to end it here, guys. And I will probably do this tomorrow. I'm not sure. If anybody's watching, tell me, do you think I should do this tomorrow? Or do you think I should do a different game tomorrow? Because I need to get off of here, I need to eat, relax a little bit. And I don't know, I kind of want to explore different endings, but we've explored a lot in this game. How long have we... I did not think I'd be playing this game for 4.5 hours. That's crazy. Time just flew by. And I think we've got like 4 different endings. And what do you think? Because I don't know if... Honestly, I don't know how many endings there are in this game. It just keeps getting different and different. Maybe if I go to that ending without the bucket. But from what I just read, that room there is no ending. It just... The only ending is the nuke ending, which is what it said. So it's kind of like this game isn't meant to be beat, which is kind of weird. But I do need to get off of here, guys. I don't know if I'm going to play this tomorrow or not. Anyway, thank you guys all for watching. I really appreciate it. Be sure to leave a like down below if you haven't already, and if you're new and you're watching this, please hit that subscribe button and the like button. It really does help my channel, guys. And with that being said, we'll see you guys later. Bye!